Hello, everybody. Welcome back. So, yesterday's stream went seemingly well, in my opinion. A lot of rough edges, and actually, this morning it's around 1. It's almost 1 p.m. here. So this morning, Maximilian dude started and finished, of course. What's it called? Resident Evil 8 DLC. Rose of Shadow, or the Winter's expansion. So, and the same conclusion I think pretty much went for him. He expressed this maybe a little bit better. Is that he thinks the game is a 7 out of 10. I'm more of an 8 person. I do want to say that, and he thinks the combat is definitely where there are issues. It's very chaotic, not thought through, and but everything else, the story and all that, is really great. I have to agree, and it is the combat. And again, it's the same thing. Even on controller, you cannot heal other than going into the menu. You do have the dodge option, which is horrible for keyboard users. The key binding is there. Everything is locked in. I don't know what they were thinking there. So the combat is where things are. Other than that, we found out where he experimented a little bit because he was failing, the running and all that. From the dolls in one of the house in one of the the sessions. I think it's the second session where you go into the second act of that. You have to run for the doll from the bedroom. The reason why I costly failed is because there's a bug there, and it's FPS related. So the issue is that, at least from the assumption, is that if your FPS is high, very high, or over 60, the enemies move faster than your character, and what they should do, because it's around the FPS. It's coded into the FPS, so the higher the FPS, the faster the enemies move. And since we were playing on 144, we were constantly not being able to make it, because you should be able to make it. You should just be able to run. When he turned it down to 60, doing the same thing, the 60 FPS is the lock there. Everything went smoothly. So that is an issue, and that's one of the many frustrations, for instance, why the enemies were always able to grab you before you could even shoot them and all that, why they were so fast, like the suckers at the castle and all that stuff. FPS related, it looks like. So that's an issue. And that's a little bit, that makes the combat a little bit more frustrating, even especially when you play on the higher difficulties. So yeah, a lot of things there, but we're not here to talk more about the Winter's expansion. We completed it. It's already up, but it's not fully processed yet for HD. As soon as that, I will post it. Right now, I think the first 10 episodes of Heavensward, the whole Realm Reborn, is out. You can check that in the VOD link below. So yeah, so let's get to it. Let us put up the music. We left off with beating the Warrior of Darkness, finding out that the Warrior of Darkness come from another world, or a mirrored world, which is a shard or a mirror of the source, which we are standing in right now. This is the original work that was sundered by Hydaelyn to defeat Zodiark, and they are in the first, and they're what's it called? Their world is dying too much because of too much light. And one of the agreements that was made that is that Menphilia, who is the envoy of Hydaelyn, who fused with her to give her a renewed strength, travel to the world. So she has traveled to the world to pretty much fight the light and bring back balance. And with that, they are out of the picture. And that means that we don't have anything else. But it looks like there is a new person in town that is causing trouble regarding crystals. So we had some people summoning primals. We had Garuda, Ifrit, and Shiva. No, not Shiva. Garuda, Ifrit, and Titan. And it looks like it was due to the Alamegan resistance, at least, or the Asians in some case. But the last one regarding Ifrit was the Alamegan resistance due to that they tried to make a deal with giving the Amalja crystals to actually help them in the Alamegan fight to resistance to free Alamigo from the Galileans, and that is because of this here Griffin guy who seems a little bit like an asshole, and he has doubles, so he knows that there are people out trying to kill him and all that stuff and hunt him down. So he's a very cautious man, and when you're too cautious, it starts smelling a little bit like bullcrap. So that's where we are. We got Papa Limo and Yida back, and there's something regarding Yida also in the works here. So yeah, let's figure it out. Zatar has requested some help from us, okay? Ah, Sarah. Just to hear, I wanted to see, would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. Also, I already did my dailies. I have some good news. The first good news is we have officially run into the limit of Warrior. So we do not get any more bonus XP from Warrior. And above, I have switched over to Gunbreaker, and as soon as we've done that, I'm switching over to Dark Knight. Yeah, so these two are re-leveling up, and then we're gonna boost Paladin at some point. Because I'm not really interested in playing Paladin from ground up. The goal today is actually to finish Heavensward fully, so we are gonna hit Stormblood. The next goal that I would like to hit, the cherry on top for today would be that we hit the first city of Stormblood, because that will mean we can unlock Tombstone gear for a level 70, and that will boost us a lot. So that's what I hope. Let us go to the destination. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, it won't take long. I just need to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone. Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. They're all finished. Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to interpret toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Sarah. All in good time. Ah, found you. Alvin wants you to, everyone in the solo for a meeting. I don't know what it is about, but it seems like I think it's very important. Go on. We have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Agree with Pabalimo.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Okay.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself a Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
You nuts?
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such
The
an
wall
attack?
is huge.
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alameda. To have Eorzea's armies...
Oh,
aid
he
in
wants it to
liberation
spread
against
so everybody
the
gets involved. He wants a world war. Thank you.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out.
Yeah,
within a
that
week.
fucking huge ship.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be
Oh,
informed.
come on, man.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience.
Oh,
with the
I know
Admiral.
what I need. I need two
Tancred?
things.
Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
Continue, and I need one thing. Hero's Journey.
And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Perfect. Where are we going? Oh, we're going to a foundation. I'm doing one little thing here. Give me a sec. And this. And the last piece of the puzzle is here. Right? Close. That's done. Lucia? Greetings, Warlight. What business do you bring to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I'll summon Sir Emery. Good to see you, my friend. It's but a pity it's under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would have certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. Thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridarnia. I cannot say who will represent us, however. Yes, the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities and of the full assembly, but I still need to consult my counterpart of the House of Commoners prior to proceedings. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Sure. Go right ahead. Thank you. Our representative, whoever we select, will require to suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelope that he is the leader in our absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Sarah, pray accompany me to accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridarnia. I'll have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Furious speed you on your way. Have no other business in the city. Join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Gates of judgment it is. The last vigil, the gates of judgment. And to our destination. Meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commoners agreed that I should act as his guardians in a way. Not I concede that that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperations, but be that as it may, we cannot in good conscience make a decision alone, not in the link scarce dry of the Republic Book of Statute. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further on making you a brief stop in the Dragonhead. Given your troubles brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Who's actually the lead in Camp Dragonhead now, so hence that Horsefon is gone? Oh sweet, the mail came. So I just purchased the 80 for Paladin and a tire that I've been wanting for Sarah. So let us quickly see. There is a mailbox actually. No, that's there is no mailbox. I'll take it in Gridarnia then. The garrison's commander waits within. Why not accompany me, sir? You may see a familiar face. Could it be... No, it's not. It is! Sarah, old girl. How wonderful it is to see you, sir, and Sir Emmerich, too. What do you owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchen at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honored. We shall be on our way, Lucia. A brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. So Manolane is the new is the replacement for Horsefond. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war or bottle in bloodletting. It comes to so naturally to brethren, to a Gaul. I mean, to the Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen the patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. So he's the new commander of Camp Dragonhead. And Artoriel is the new head of house. And Count de Edmond is retired now. Surprised to see you two, yours truly at the helm? A bit. You and me both, old girl. Stop by Ellerfield where it is to sit where he sat. Yet we can but pay. We can but play the hand we were dealt, and with the little help from the veterans and Honorius' careless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So, don't worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. New Gridania, okay. That's the Moogle. The mailbox is at here, if I'm Delivery Moogle. You and okay, so let's see here. Use this to complete all jobs in quest and friendly work used outside the settlement. Okay, logs actually you out. Okay. Okay. Interesting. As I've never done it, it's very interesting to see how this here works. No, don't need it. And I got a 3060 weapon. Oh, he actually... This here is the Crypt Lurker gear. Oh, it's the accessories. Okay. So you get this. So you... Okay. Let's switch over to Warrior quickly. And do this. And what's Paladin? Paladin. Gunbreaker. You're unable to equip. Why am I unable to equip? Gladiator level 1. Oh. What? Here's a gladiator level 1. Is that the macro that's fucked up? What's this here? Okay. Okay, let me check here. Macros. Use a macro. Gunbreaker. Here's the 24. Macro icon. So... That's that. Currently the... That's... Oh, it's... I know why. Equipped it. Equip the goddamn... thing you... Idiot. Okay. Let me just figure this here out. So, switch 26. Reassign gear. Okay. And where is my gunbreaker weapon? It is... Where? Right here. Oh. It took everything out of the... Okay. Interesting. So that's why Gunbreaker didn't work anymore. Paladin. Warrior. Dark Knight. And Gunbreaker. And now we just need the accessories. Okay. Place. What's this? That's 10,000 gil. Fine. Paladin. Place that here. Warrior. Place that here. And Gunbreaker. Perfect. That means we can actually skip to level... So I can get a level 70 weapon and I can skip that. Okay. Okay, interesting. The last part that I want to do is... I want to go to here. Very interesting. Before we do that, I want to go in. I want to actually go ahead and do my thing. Independent arms. Where is the innkeeper here? The innkeeper. I'm gonna retire my room. I want to go in and go to the armory. I want to store. Which I can't, but I can store this here in the dresser. That's the scion. The scion and the scion. And then we want to edit a plate. Then we want to edit number 2. Want this. This. See. Cannot do this. Because we need some things, and I actually can go to Waking Sands to get that. I actually have I have 2 tickets left. Okay, we'll do that at some point. Diplomacy duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find as encaptures has by the Black Shroud beauty. Now, that's when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that at this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury to enjoy the splendors of the forest. It seems that we are to have escort to Lotus Sands. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. It's like we are at the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Let us go to Kana Sena. Puncher skill. The invoice of Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. And the Luminians party as well. I'd hoped to slip in unnoticed, but it seems I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Remrick. Admiral, always a pleasure. Sarah, I trust you. You are well. This is a day of reunion, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort? Yes, Sarah. I was glad to hear from Raul that the missing signs have now been found. There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware,
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gir Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seetsia. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
Okay, we're going to war then.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is heartening development in itself. I hope my misgivings prove unfolded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alvino, a pleasure as always, and Mr. Alize, how wonderful it is to see that you thus have recovered. But my intrusion, or my interruption, I'd hoped to thank Sarah for serving as an escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord, but I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation. A force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies necessary, Mrs. Yuguri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgardian support. My nation, historic failure to heed the alliance plea, please, and for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting error for awakeness might have lingered longer, but it not for your timely offer for cooperation, which allowed the LSC to accept us both in a very much appreciated the gesture. Only did my duty, sir. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions. My friends, we must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you, must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Perhaps the ones who like to sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to the Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a visit to the Estrada. I'm curious to know about the Pavelima and Yashida feared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention that I've been going, what has been going on the Belsar's wall. I'll join you at the Rising Stone anon. Welcome back, Sarah. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand these council's meetings are important, but I do not find it tiresome to have to wait every word before you speak it. I doubt I will feel home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change. And if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time to head inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Ah, your return from the council, but what of Elfnode? Does some other matter require his attention? My apologies, friend. I trust you have not kept you waiting long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kral, how's Nago doing? She will recover, be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She is sleeping at the moment. Taro is keeping an eye on her, and so we'll know soon enough if there is any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With suffice rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for her. Now, perhaps you would share with us the council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eurasian Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish that the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I would like to be the Imperial. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial cup between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously. One does not likely go to war with Gaul and Empire, with the Galilean Empire. Quiet. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath the Belzon's walls, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. Or it's quite sufficient for the infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve as an increased risk of detection. Kral and I will direct our energy somewhere else. What of you, Leviers? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn to the worst, it does seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Sarah? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And, while it may not seem most fulfilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you to remain at the Rising Stone to pass on messages and so on. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels for all of you. No? If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pay attention to it now. I will depart for the Halthrow hut without delay. Nearby watchtowers offers a substitute view of Belsa walls, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at the top. Well, the first thing I will do is I will travel to the horizon, I think. And from there, I will travel to the Waking Sand. And from there, I will buy the things that I'm missing. And then I will travel to Gridania, go into the inn, put that in, edit the glamour plate. Should be crafting tome vendor, which is, yes, it is the Emperor's hat, robe, gloves, breeches, boots, earrings, necklace, bracelet, and ring. I would also like to sell and sell. With that, true Gridania. Check. Are they finished training? Or they're still training up. And there we run. In. Tire. Same. Timer does 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Edit plate. Go. Weapon is okay. And hands we don't need. And that means that I can actually apply it. Here we go. I like Kryl's outfit. I think it suits Sarah very well. Okay, on to part of the leg. Up the note. Ah, Sarah, there you are. Come. Amasiak Spire awaits us. The Alliance offers us on the platform should be able to appraise us any development at the wall. Fancy meeting you two here. We were about to set forth. Indeed, what about? I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have the need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into the enemy territory. Don't worry, Elfnode. We'll have the griffin by the scruffs of his neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Dita. Nary moping ago you seemed ready to shake the griffin's hand rather than the neck, so which would it be? It must be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Paulina, I shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on the way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, when we make for the spire, our alliance friends will doubtlessly have us news for us. God. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officer. You will find them at the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. Good to see you both, Pippin and Hilda. I was hoping to you might turn up. I dragged my half of the watch here. See, and the sight of you might be reminded why we bothered. Memory serves, I would not have met many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. I am born a brood of your blows. May I say, it was an honor to stand at your side. It's heartening to see the real most stalwart defenders thus gathered at a common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All's been quiet. That doesn't seem quiet. Report what? 7 hells, the fighting has broken out on top of the wall. Full-scale assault. So the Griffin made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? Attack they were wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. Was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were covering and convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire is surely to think that we've launched an offense. This would mean war. Even so, this yet to be no more than a diversion. The armies of the Alliance occupied the Empire's attention. It would be compromisingly easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the population, which Imperial's reserve would have hard pressing to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Sarah, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffins from his course, and are likely halfway to the command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of the raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantages. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishes, we may be possible to reach the Griffins, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, may I ask you to ask that you have an airship ready to be to bear the signs to the safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare to Imperial reprisal. They'd never guide us through the storm. Alright, comrades, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alamiga and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering so long. At the victory to the first step, liberation of our homeland. Alamiga will be free no matter the cost. We're probably determined the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our force, and I shall make straight forward to the tunnel and attempting to intercept our comrades as they stumble upon the bloodbath. While you do, I must ask you to scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but its time of subtlety has passed. Take a band of your most trustworthy companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason, and by any means necessary. Well, once we are free of the tunnels, we will make the position with all due haste. And if anything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spit us all the way to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Elsaw's wall. Oh, we are already at the end of 3.5. Jesus. Okay. See how long this here check. I'm actually interested. Oh, I've been getting pats and all weird stuff because I'm probably wearing the... Okay. Off to the top of the Belsar wall. The Black Shroud. Jesus. I haven't done this here in ages. Actually, I have. Okay. Let's see how good this year goes. Sync down to 60, that's why I can't do the check shit. Got the key. Okay. 2 cartridges. Okay. Yeah, why not? Oh, why must I not have my... Okay, almost there. There we go. One thing about this here it is getting better, the sickness. It's not that. It's just that sometimes I have like sneezing attacks where it's just like insane sneezing for like 8 times in a row, which is very frustrating. No idea what that hurt. Guessing it's because it's opposite? Ah, okay. Go over here. Okay. This. Okay, this. It's because we have a machinist, and a machinist just can blast just like what's it called, an archer or a bard, just like running and gunning with bow and arrow. And here we have El Griffis. Here we have him. Bilbud. Ah! I'm fucking up my rotation, okay. Okay. to be voice acted. Ilbert.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards! Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Who do we have here?
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentius?
They die that others may live.
Oh, I know these two fucks.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly? Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbert, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat?
With the moment of my triumph so close at hand, you truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lonorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
And also that...
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Nut job. Nut job from beginning to end.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works.
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
The bravest Lala there is. Only good Lala ever to known for other than Krile. Excuse me.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Excuse me. Why? It's a good question. Why didn't they let me stay? Lino was my friend. I should have been there with him. I think everybody would have stayed. You could see it in his eyes, yeah. He knew what he was doing. But it had to be done. As Louisoix wore the same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know. There was nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us off guard. Even Sarah was powerless to stop him. You must blame someone, then blame me. And just promise me that you will never forget that what Pamela strove to protect, or the lesson he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Yida with me. Go on. Go back to Rising Stone and the others will need to know what happened here. Once again, I find myself at a loss of words. The Thanger is right. We must return to Rising Stone and praise our companions of all the... Pray make it there at once. Send word to Stola and the others there to offer him in return. Let's talk to Alize. What seem you ill tidings, brother? Aye, behind the griffin's mask was found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilbert. I know not how, but he had in his possession the Eye of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate the summoning ritual, even as we looked on. I'm at 12. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it with hope to survive. Indeed. And it was the last resort, as I'm certain Pavolimo was aware of. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even onto the grave. I've yet to been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eye. The depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspects ether rages. No mortal could endure such kind of conditions. Then mayhaps it is the works of the Ascians. But how is it not the time for ill speculations crop? I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain if the state of the primals trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can promise that I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Was so much as by your leave? Pay forgive our Arconistola. Her brevity. She gives employment lest her grief deprives her of her will of act. The desire to confront Yida doubtlessly compounded her unseemly haste. I too must contend with the grievous loss of mine own way. But I leave, ladies. Elise. I shall honor our fallen colleague through the gainful study. There exists within, which may yet further understand the cocoon of light. Perhaps I was too quick to judge, sundering to sadness and regret would be poor tribute to Babalima's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparation to face Ilbert accused creation without delay. What time we have was perchance too dear a price for us to squander it. Sarah, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meanwhile, we still have no idea how long it will be before. Communication from the Alliance, one moment. Yes, of course. Our representative will be present. Many thanks. Word from Gridania, the council will shortly reconvene. The alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course, as she stole our last reported the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the elder seats here doubtlessly shares our concern about how long will remain so. I am told that Sid Gollin has been called in to add his expertise to the proceedings. Wise decision. The more minds we have to working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the writing stone to Tower's capable hands and make haste for the lotus sand. Let us see.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course, and set my jaw till I made port. though. 'Twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Say so.
Good God, man. Are you all right?
And an odd fellow arrives by sea. The Waking Sands.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Okay, give me just a few moments of a break, and I will be right back. And we're back. Sorry about that. Let us proceed to Black Shroud. Actually, before we do that, we want to switch to training complete. Actually, go. Training done. And a last set of Gridania. And to the Conjurer's Guild. And a Silent Conjurer. Welcome, Warrior of Light, this way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
Okay.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
Okay.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Oh, go right ahead, my friend.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Smack him in the face. Hard. In the nuts also. Ah.
Who is this man?
Nero. Something.
Oh,
Nero
how terrifically
Tolskava.
rude of me. Nero Tolskava,
Skava.
former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskava, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
I'll still slap him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other ones.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that was rather unexpected development. One which raises the number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council's meeting in the first place. Excuse me. Oh, Nero. Sid and the others have something at the airship landing. As they is already on their way, and I would like to not to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Okay. The airship landing don't mean here. No, it won't. It would be here. No, I am fucking stupid because airship landing is actually here. They're off now, ready to go. Those have stepped onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timid offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking about in the working of the airship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, the Alpha Note. His sister was evident that he would never leave her sight. She and Yagiri are, well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall we set course for Cardinal? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying at the Cocoon. Even as we speak, I would hear the latest observation and we are proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Give me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Alright, Alpha Note speaks with his colleagues. I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can convene at the Rising Stone. My apologies for the trouble. I shall wish Listola and the others forthwith and join you as soon as I'm able. Sarah, pray accompany Alice back to Rising Stone. I feel safer knowing that your presence to certain our guests. Right, everyone is heading to Mordona, where is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. It's a clear thing that the girl at the counter here, let her know when you're ready. Mr. Garland. Yes, I am Mordona. Not quite the door-to-door service. I wouldn't exactly land her in the tall main square. Shall we acquire a journey to the Rising Stone then?
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Well,
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Sarah, could you wait? I would like to speak to you for a moment. You remember when we met in Dragon's Forest, we abused you? Renee Phelps, thank you for the follow. Well, once you had your measure, set to work on making our travel outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished in the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left here. You can try it on right now if you like. Yeah, but I like the Kryle outfit better, even though it's new glam. Assume we measure correctly. The fit should be just right. Snug, not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can tell how much this means to me. For a craft is something worthy of a warrior of life is, well, let's just say it makes it all practice worthwhile. I also saw a new blood pearl charm too, you know. Bring you home. May it always protect you. New glam, let's see. A monocle. Oh, this here is where the boots are. Okay. Okay. Depending on where we're going, I can drop this here off. Because I don't think there's an inn here, if I remember correctly. Right? No, there is no inn. There's a trader. You need to go to a big city to get that. Or Yida's eyes shine with rekindled determination. Okay. See what Yida has to say. So, we have to wake up, make her up, right? When do we start? Yida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say that I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here to continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance, Alpha Node. Mayhaps you could return to Gridania and assist Yustola and Kryle. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will inform the Cart-known expedition party. Nero and I will focus on arousing Omega, while Sarah, Yida, and the Dolman friend take care of the security. E mode. Oh no, I'm not on Omega. I am on Chaos, and I'm on what's it called? Saratagius. I think it's how you pronounce it. One of the newer ones. Oh, Omega is on Chaos. Look, I am so horrible with the data center names. My main is on Spriggan, which is also on Chaos. Excelsior is by the lake, just outside the town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Speak with Sid and Mordona. Let me just go up and check my retainer. Brings home. Interesting. Okay, what's this? Also, this here will never sell. I'm just gonna remove it. Return to inventory. This here we just added today. I'm gonna throw this here out. No need for using it. Actually, let me check here. I think you can actually fast travel here from. Give me a sec. Oh, you can't. It's only from the major city. Anyways, give me a sec. I'll just go here and over there. There. What's this? We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be at Cardinal before Gossetzer graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best to be on our guard, given that Elaine Rosalie was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has been long aware of the existence, and if nearer deemed it the obvious solution as to the threat of the posed by the new primal, it is not impossible that the Garlane might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Oh. And of course I chose the wrong... There we go.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
Okay, that's easy.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology. I chased down a suspect airship, and
Grinwald.
who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Is that the new Legatus? Can't be.
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Okay.
It's all over now.
I have you.
You watching, Pabalimo?
Ah.
No retreat. No surrender.
And now they are here.
Look upon a samurai of summer.
Ouch.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
There we go. I can't wait to actually start using continuation in battle. This here sucks that I can't use it. Be the first time. I need this. You're still playing with those soldiers? Suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Yo, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the no one told me they had match and take armor. Forward for the Empire. Okay, so the Red Baron. Unless Kurl thinks so to abandon his men, I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend the rest of his minions. So I'm just gonna shoot everybody other than him. Okay. Okay. Let the Red Baron fly.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
Oh no.
'Tis my right to strike.
This one'll sting.
Okay. That's a big one. Oh, that's in frontal call. Free.
You watching, Pabalimo?
Okay.
Look upon a samurai of summer.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
Die already. Oh, the sound is unsync? Give me a sec. I'll check it in just a sec. Is it the game audio? Or is it the what's it called? The voice, the mic. So the camera and all that.
No retreat. No surrender.
Tis my right to strike.
Game audio. Okay. Let me fix it. I might have an idea what it is. Give me just a sec.
Your defense is lacking.
I have you.
Let's just fix that a little bit.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
Let's see here. And
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
is it fixed? Still delayed. Okay.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitude.
Okay, give me a sec. Let me just do this, and this, and key. Put.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously.
Okay.
Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Okay, let's see here. I hope that I'm getting close to estimating of if it's getting better or if it's getting worse. Right now I've set it to around 160 milliseconds, which is a lot.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I think I might have solved it. Oh shit, wrong here. I think I might have solved it. I think it should be better. So let's see here. What's the best? What's the best way to check the? Check again. Just gonna mute myself. Gonna mute my own audio, and then I'm gonna switch to the stream. And to switch to the stream so you don't get echo, I'm gonna have to switch to another scene that only has the game output. So give me a sec. Let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. That was very weird. That has never happened to me before. I don't know why. So I rebooted OBS on the gaming system. So I use network to transfer the data from one PC to another. And NDI has never been out of sync for me. So that's why I'm very confused. And it's not out of sync when I look at the feed, like for instance, this here is perfectly in sync with regarding the mouse movement. So I'm looking at it and it's just like, what the hell? And the recording that I do. And the recording that I do has never been out of sync. All the Vods there. Anyways, thank you first of all for Renee for to notice that any help to improve the stream is highly appreciated. Anyways, we had a lot happen there. So we had a dragon come out, Omega fighting it, and then afterwards Omega crashing it, but also destroying the dragon or the primal. So that works. So now we are talking to Sid. So let's see. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. can check the VOD. To some extent. Let me check. Because it's still recording, I cannot open it. We'll have to check it afterwards. Well, let me check. I'm gonna do here. This here. Sec. Gonna look at. Vods that I uploaded from here. See if it's totally honest. There. Yeah, let's. Did not get echo. Nope. I'm looking at a VOD from what's that? 2 days ago, and it's uploaded to YouTube, and that's a local recording. Perfect in sync, and I'm looking at like a scene where Yustola is talking to Thancred, and it works. So it could be a simple glitch of OBS. One of the OBSs were out of sync. Could happen, but it should be fixed now. Anyways, let us move on and not destroy everything. Yeah. But I'm thinking, has it happened before? So that's why I thought, okay, is it the setup? Have I changed something? Okay, what's the difference here? And since now I can see it right now, everything should look fine. I've verified it. It's just like I think back, oh fuck, has this year been a problem from like 4 days and nobody's told me? And it's just like, yeah. So that's why it's not that I'm not saying it's only it you were talking about yesterday. You're talking about today, but I'm thinking, okay, I fixed it now, but was it broken yesterday also? Because I did a recording yesterday, I was just like, oh fuck, I'll have to go in, download it, and fix it in post and upload it again. That's what I was thinking. But anyways, so yeah, I will have to look at the VOD afterwards and see if it's an issue. If it's not, then it's something else. But I think it has to be local also because of this year. But anyways, so far so good. Let us do a couple of things. What time is it? It is local time almost 4. That means that we are not in Reese. This year has not changed, so we can do that. But anyways, let us move on with the story because we want to get to at least what's it called? We want to get to Stormblood today, and we are close to it. This here should be I think we are on 2 quests from Stormblood. Yeah, 1 hour and it's at 1 hour 26 minutes, 1 hour and 26 minutes. And then I'll do 2 runs of one run of what's it called, MSQ and all that to get to 80, or to get closer to 80 with Gunbreaker, because I want to use the Crypt Lurker gear that I have. One moment, everything was functioning perfectly, and next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened on ourselves and soon. But you know what we're gonna do? Because the sync was out of sync. Where are we? We are in Gridania. So before we do that, we have options. We have options. So we just completed the quest. That means in the inn, in our room, we should be able to actually rewatch the cutscene. Post. Oh, where are we? No, that's post Endwalker. No. Post Shadowbringers. Post Heavensward. Dragon Song War. Post. Yeah, we are in the post Dragon Song there. And this here should be the cutscene. We want to watch cutscene 5. Let's see how unsynced this here is.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but
Yeah.
when the Scions out in
But
the field,
now we have, for people who are just like frustrated that is watching the VOD, we're just rewatching it just so people are there. And I'm also watching it because I wasn't paying attention, so.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Again, many thanks, Renee. Huge help. Thank you.
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
Oh, excuse me. Goddamn cold is killing me.
It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Thank you. So after we've completed the two quests that we are missing, yeah, this here. Let's just say that, yeah, she's heartbroken after Papalimo, and so am I. Like, there are 2 Lalas in this here game that I adore. One of them is Kryl, one of the reasons why I bought this here for Sarah, and the second one is Papalimo. I have no compassion whatsoever for Tataru. I still think she has something to do with Zodiark. So I'm Team Kryl and Team Papalimo all day long. Sadly, we lose Papalino here. But other than that, I don't trust Alala. A Realm Reborn broke me. I think Alala is pretty much a scammer in any form of way. Pippin can maybe, just maybe, be used to some extent, but that's it. Other than that, I don't trust anybody. If it's Alala, I'm doubting. I'm doubting so much. But anyways, so. Yeah, Pippin is cool in a battle, but how is he to be trusted? Where was he where his father was cut, where his arm was cut off? Nowhere. Could be scheming. I don't trust him. Nah. Anyways, let's keep going. FYI, as soon as we're done here and we're going into what will be Stormblood, we will quickly log out and watch the trailer for Stormblood. And I'm also going to stop the recording, not the stream, only the recording, to cut it off and then start the recording for Stormblood just to chop it up a little bit, I think. I'm not sure yet. I'm still debating myself. Anyways, the far edge of fate. Alpha Node has the look of a man with much to say. Okay. Yeah. He was an Alamigo. Yeah, right. Everybody was an Alamigo. But anyways, there was a lot of things there regarding, like, if a Realm Reborn doesn't give you trust issues on Lalas, I don't know what. Like, you have Telegia Legi. You have Lolorito. You have that idiot who actually is also still on the loose. What's his name? It's not Papa Shan. It's Yasha something Yaya at the end. He was one of the. I think he was a lieutenant in the Crystal Braves. Also a complete nutskull in its own way. Okay. Word can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved in chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Well, you need to take that stupid mask off, which has been stupid since the start. Yeah, wait, we must first. The LC here is expecting us. Worry not, Alphanor. Gussetsa and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yurgiri. I wish I was better at the ninja job. But it's so busy. Awesome job, but so busy. I'm better at a samurai, but I don't have my samurai level up. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste to a lotus stand, and all there are eager to hear your testimony. Okay, where is the closest? Still up here. I was thinking, I think I had something on my mind. First of all, we need to do all this here. This here is just waste that I'm not using this here. I know what? I know. Jesus, I'm an idiot. Let's see here. La 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 la. Manakamoto. Actually need to check how loud that is. Sample it down to minus. Yeah. We'll see how loud that is. Anyways, I forgot when I was at the inn, I wanted to put the new armor or attire we got, which again, this here is so frustrating. Yoshi P, please, for the God, can't we just like get a little bit more use of the armory than it is? Like, this here is stupid. Why does everything have to be in the glamour? Well, I understand that these here are traveling boots, but there are warrior jack boots. They can't go in there. It's just like, come on, let me use that instead. Okay. Anyways. Somebody was shouting. Okay. Back to where we were. We want to go to the Conjurer's Guild. And in here. Silent Conjurer. Yellow Cecia awaits you within. Thank you. Okay, let us check it out. Hana I Sena. My friends, fully eagerly have we awaited your return. If you indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you. And most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You're too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we're as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We successfully, we succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What worse could do just to such a scene? None of my choosing, that's much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from the midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about to each other in the skies over over Albania. Albania, I will call it. The primals might define believe. It seems every very heavens could have been rendered asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magic as I've never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on, with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed by the blinding flash of light. When the radiant phased, I saw a pair fall motionless from the skies, coming to the rest somewhere on Almegan soil. I will not speak on for the rest, but to my eye it seems that each other had landed a fatal blow upon the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal form, the Dormans were heard. Welcome back. Where the Dormans were heard to whisper the name Shinru. It would appear that the being resembles the creature of the far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. Shinryu. The Shinryu fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eye in Albania side of the border. Which is why we have sent out a main force under the command of the Marshal Charapin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we might as well have a perfect opportunity to secure the Gridania's border and assemble the aftermath of the impact. I myself would join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager the flash of light condemned with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly rearranged Omega stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Empire lap, it would be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would have take them decades to decipher their Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurance do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submitted that the time has come for us to take contact with the resistance representatives of Albania. Though liberal has forced our hand, or Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of the Imperial retaliation, and by working in consort, it is not impossible that Almego might finally be wrestled from Galmian grasp. So we are launching a counterattack to secure the wall, since damage has already been done, so we're taking the wall. And then, because we know, no matter what, even if we try to tell by envoy to the Guardians that we did not attack them. It was people dressed up as us. They will never believe us, meaning that the damage has been done, so why not just go with it? Okay. Makes sense to some extent. You must be exhausted. I would originally suggest that you retire directly to the Rising Stone, but I wonder if it might first make a small detour. Stola and the others have gathered at the Amarexia Spire, and I imagine that you would be interested to see what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided, then lead on. Okay.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Sure, why not?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
I have to say, it's one big hairdo that was under that hoodie.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. and my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
So we're pretty much going to war.
Upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove the mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's laws, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. and should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on the road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stone until we have quite a story to tell to Taro and my sister. $3.55 done. I still have to say, yeah, you finished the free trial. So I still have to say that, in my opinion, what happens, Heavensward is definitely probably one of the best expansions in the game, but the post stuff stops to be good when we go into the Crystal Brave stuff again. So that would be 3.4. After that, 3.5, 3.55 is not the best. And that's because it leads up to, in my opinion, at this point, a very weak character that is underdeveloped. And has a very poor taste in my mouth still from how foolish and annoying she was from a Realm Reborn. For instance, the incident of her not wanting to do things with the sylphs where we were running around helping them out, dancing, and she had a foot cramp. Stuff like that. So that is where I think the quality goes down. And again, Stormblood is, again, like many people say, not that great. But we'll see. This year will be my second time playing it. And again, I skipped a lot of stuff, so it is good to refresh everything. And especially also streaming it and reading it and understanding what actually is going on and listening to the conversations. Understanding all the little nitty details of what happened and all that stuff. It is truly a great experience. But again, like, for now, like, Heavensward is far greater for what we have played. Like, A Realm Reborn is definitely nothing compared to Heavensward. But I do think, again, as I stated in my previously when we ended, had the second cutscene where 3.0 stopped, which was the main thing, was that I think A Realm Reborn is a lot better than it used to be, because I played it before the changes. I played the whole game before when flying was way harder to come by. When all the filler quests was still there and all that stuff. So it's a lot, yeah. Totally agree. A lot has changed. If somebody, for instance, has never replayed A Realm Reborn after it's been changed, so many of the quests have been cut off. So much of the unnecessary things in A Realm Reborn is gone. There are still some things, and the reason why they're there, that they can't really remove them, because it is technically a crucial binding part to some of the things. For instance, probably one of the most biggest critiques that I have, and I've seen people new to the game come in, A Realm Reborn, The wine quest in Wineport is horrible because it's just stupid fetch quest to get access to Titan, which is just like, not fun. It's a very, very bad quest design. But it's still necessary, because if they cut it out, nothing makes sense. How are they gonna fix it? They will have to rewrite the initial thing, and that's not what they did. What they did was cut out quests that were not necessary. That's how they fixed it. They fixed the flying with cutting it down from 10 to 5 quests. And cut the aetherytes from 10 to 5 aetherytes, and placing and using only the ones that are near the main story quest that you pretty much cannot. It's pretty much impossible to not see them while you're traveling to the main story quests. So stuff like that. I think the Crystal Brave part in A Realm Reborn is still not great. It is. It's just a little bit cheesy, and the line dialogue is not that great. It leaves a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth at the end, but it's a good story from a general perspective. One thing that is probably a little bit sad is that one of the key story arcs, in my opinion, to actually understand A Realm Reborn, the beginning of it, is hidden in something that most people do not do or skip, and that is the coils. The coil story is probably the best story in A Realm Reborn, and it's hidden. So if people who don't do coils and spend time in that's a missed opportunity. I think that is it's probably the most intriguing raid tier in the whole game. I don't think I think I cannot think of any raid tier as important other than Omega, maybe. That is probably the 2 raid tiers that I would say are required. I don't think Eden's verse is that great from a story perspective. And the current raid tier, we don't know yet. It's good, but we don't know where the story is. It's an interesting story for sure, but we don't know where it leads. So yeah. And as for the Alliance raid, well, the Alliance raid, the only Alliance raid that was required is the Crystal Towers, and there was a reason for that. Which we have done, of course, or else we would not be in Heavensward. We have not done the Alliance raid fully for Heavensward. We have unlocked it, but we haven't done the Pirates. But we need to do the Pirates to do side quests in later on, but we'll get there. So yeah. The thing regarding the Alliance raid for Heavensward and for Stormblood is that people despise them because they're great, but they are so hard compared to A Realm Reborn and for instance Endborg, which is out now. Hence, Shadowbringers Alliance raid is probably more for people who are fans of the game. Other than that, it is not. Or everything has great music, but For from the perspective of the Alliance raid, I still think people normally just want the Realm Reborn because they're so easy to go through. Brain dead. That's also one of the reasons why I hate doing Alliance raid dailies, because you always get a Labyrinth or Cypress Tower or one of the others. It's just like for the 10th millionth time you have to run through it. So yeah, Circus Towers, and it's just annoying. But I would definitely I can't remember what the other ones are, but there's I think the only boss that I really despise like really much is the robot in Stormblood Alliance raid. And it's not because it's hard, it's just like it is so overwhelming when you're doing all this here and you're trying to do tanking and all that stuff and uptime and all that, and then you have to listen to or read what he says, subtract or divide or add, and then you look at your hit point, and you need to stand in the right one to do the math correctly, or maybe you get a prime number and all that stuff. It's not hard. It's just like somebody waking you up and that your house is burning and you live on the third floor and you are forced to do math to open a door while everything is burning. It's just stressful. Yeah, World of Darkness also. That's frustrating because if you're really lucky, the tank will kill everybody with the eye, or everybody else will die to doom. Those are the two things, funny things that happens in the World of Darkness. Or people are greedy so much that when you fight the Behemoth, that all the meteors get placed inside the hitbox of the Behemoth. So if you stand behind it, the what's it called? If you stand behind the rock to get to safety, it's inside the hitbox, but the AoE comes from outside the hitbox, meaning you're get hit by it no matter what. The other thing is, if people are greeting on the last boss and nobody goes back fast enough because the DPS is not high enough to actually raise the shield up, and it wipes the whole party. That I've also seen. Well, the thing is that even though you put the markers down, if there is like 2 sprouts or 10 sprouts, like 50% of the raid doesn't do it, or does their own thing. There's no more horrible experience for a sprout going into a new raid alliance, and just everybody is running like a fucking maniac because I'm just here to do the daily. I just want to get through it. And there's no time at all to stop up, think, explain, or anything. It's only when on current content you see that, because everybody is in the same boat. I had that with the current Alliance raid. I went in day 1, and everything was great because everybody didn't know jack shit. But for old content, people just like plow through. It's the same thing when you're a tank or you're a healer. People expect you, if you come in and everybody even though if you have a sprout icon or if you're not, it doesn't really matter. People expect you to do wall-to-wall pulling, and if nobody says anything, people will do it. That's dungeons. Also, people forget, like, I've been a couple of days been doing with Warrior doing wall-to-wall pulling, and I died. And the reason why I died was not because I did pull correctly or anything, but it looked like the healer was under the impression that I had bloodwelling. But the thing is, I don't get bloodwelling until level 80, 82 actually, and the other one that I'm getting, I get at 54, and it was level 50 dungeon. So you need to heal. So yeah. And also, if you're also unlucky, a lot of people I've seen multiple times, especially on this here server for some reason, multiple times people don't in a mob they single target, meaning that if the warrior and the healer are there, and everybody the DPS are single targeting, things are going to take a longer time, which means you're gonna run out of cooldowns. So yeah. So there's no great solution for everything other than stop up and ask. That's probably the best thing. Alliance Rage is just hard to do that. Nobody is gonna do that. So I try to stay to at least 2 dailies, which is the main story quest and leveling the roulette. And expert when I get it. But at that point, it's more for tombstones. But yeah. It's hard to believe that already next week we're getting a second patch from Square. Which is going to be a minor patch. I do not think it's going to be a big one. And I actually don't know what it's going to contain. I know in 2 weeks, we're going to have a live letter discussing 6.3. Which will be story and adjustments for jobs. Which I assume is good. I assumed adjustments for jobs. We know we're gonna get story. So yeah. Then in 6.35 we're gonna get the second. Yeah, November 11th. So. In 6.35, we're gonna get the second part of Relic Weapon. And I'm guessing we might get 6.4 and then 6.5. And I'm guessing at 6.4, we're probably gonna get a new ultimate. Yeah, I have... What do I have? I have Warrior, I have Gunbreaker. Might get Dancer, I don't know. That's not confirmed yet. It's speculation. Yoshi P said it will be either between 6.3 and 6.5. Because they don't wanna. The last time they did an ultimate, was late in the game, and that's why it was delayed. That was Dragon Song War, because it should have come out 5.5, and that would have meant that it would be just one patch or add the patch before the stat squish, and then everything would have been irrelevant. And adjusting ultimate for a lot of endgame content and new jobs and all that, it's just a pain in the ass. So, or at least that's my assumption. So I think, as he said, it will be no later than 6.5 that we're getting it, which will be at the leg. I'm thinking maybe we could get it technically 6.3, but I will probably guess 6.4 we're getting it. You probably announce at this live letter that the new ultimate would be blah 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 this year part, because we don't know how many patches we're getting. It's normally 6 patches every and then an expansion, but it could be that they add one less or one more depending on the needs and the schedule and all that, because the schedule has changed. It's changed from 3 months to 4 months now. So yeah, I don't know. I do not know. But I hope they fix Paladin. I want a different rotation for that job. It's horrible right now. I want more potency for Warrior. And we'll see how things go. Oh, we're getting a new alliance raid soon also. So that's going to be interesting. Which will give us the second upgrade materia for alliance raid. We also might get more Criterion Dungeon. That is something that I'm really interested to hear what he has to say if it gets mentioned regarding the Criterion and Variant Dungeons that will come out. Because there's a ton of feedback there. So yeah. Gonna be interesting. And also tickets for the FanFest when they are gonna go live. And how much they're gonna be. Probably gonna guess they're gonna be around. I would think of probably around 200 euros maybe. 150 to 200 euros per piece. For all 2 days. Yeah, 2 days it is. We'll see. Cornflakes Co. Limited. I already booked hotel. So I am hopefully going if I can get hands on tickets. So yeah. Already got approved vacation and all that, so everything is hunky-dory. I just need the ticket. And I'm going to the London one. I'm not going to, like... Technically, I could go to multiple. Because... Could go to Vegas, but I've been to Vegas and... It's not my town. I was there 3 days and I was tired of it at the end. Oh no, it was 5 days. Was there week? Yeah. Not my place, for sure. Oh, US is fun. It's a great place. Been there multiple times. It's a great place. Nothing wrong with the people. It's the politics and all that other shit that's the issue. But that doesn't ruin a country. At least from a vacation perspective. Because, like, if that was so, then UK would be just as horrible. And I've been to London and UK, and that's also a great place. And their politics also sucks. So. Omnibus Japan Incorporated. Okay. It's funny that Microsoft Japan is on there and all that stuff, but they still haven't figured out how to launch this game on Xbox yet. So, and Yoshida has mentioned that he is still interested in regarding the negotiations on getting Final Fantasy XIV on Xbox consoles. So yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing if it happens. Think about it. Play this game on Game Pass for $10 a month. No questions asked. I think a lot of people will actually switch over to that if it was on Game Pass, like instead of like on PlayStation. You need a PlayStation. No, do you need PlayStation Plus? Well, it's more of an economic. If you're a console player, anyways, like, and you have both consoles, PlayStation is more expensive. I'm pretty sure that. Do not quote me on this here, but I'm pretty sure that to play Final Fantasy, because it's an online game, and to play online, you're required to have PlayStation Plus. The minimal, not the full-blown PlayStation Plus essentials and all that stuff, but the minimal requirement. Unless Final Fantasy goes under the same category as Fortnite, because Fortnite made a huge stink about that. This is a free-to-play game. Free-to-play means that you don't have to pay, and under that assumption, PlayStation actually said that okay, for Fortnite you do not need to have a PlayStation Plus subscription to play online. I'm also on PC. It's not that, but we need to establish like the majority of Asians. The Asian market, Japan, a lot of people in China, do not want to have this here huge setup because they don't have the space for it. Hence, they prefer console. And also are more happy with a console because it's easier to maintain and all that. And that's also why this here game has probably the best controller support. So it's just something that I think about is interesting. And the premise of what's it called? The premise of being on Game Pass, especially during economic times like these, could get people even on PC to switch over to say, hey, I'll get on Game Pass because I already have Game Pass to play everything else, and then I only have to play one subscription for everything else. There might be limitations for it, saying it's only one character or something like that. I don't know. It's interesting, and it's one of the reasons why it hasn't gone through yet, because it is, at least from what this last time Yoshi P talked about it, was there were still negotiations to be had regarding it, and I'm guessing Microsoft wants the whole shebang for a specific price, one-time fee for a license of it, no restrictions on their platform, and the customer pays $10. But Square probably says like, hey, we need our subscription model, and we have tiers, and we are afraid of losing a huge market of our people seeing this here great deal that is on a console or on a PC, and say we're just going to switch to that because we get the same thing for less money. So yeah, I think that's where the negotiation is going. That's my assumption, at least. He may have mentioned, but Alphino has appraised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task is now to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Elias has chosen her path, and as her friend, we must do what we can to support her that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Albania. We have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, we're ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably be saved. Is not wisdom to indulgence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, as we must be ready to face their retribution. It's almost time, Father. I almost stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Almigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Albert. Let's take our home back. For both of us. Let's see what Varys has in store for us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary report. Belzar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues. Okay. Safe trip to the store. Though both yet elude us. My lord, the battles occurs considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance derive some of our forces from the search to undertake unnecessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I do not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me that the Domans call it Shinryu. That it proves a match for Omega, yes. The coming days promise to be most interesting, most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look eastwards and behold the crown. Dawn of liberation and gathering the storm of blood. And that is Stormblood. Let us log out. And I remember seeing this hero for the first time. Was one thing that got me a little bit back into trying this game out. Sadly, did not hold me until Shadowbringer. Oh yeah, sea diving. In the introduction of the samurai. And we go into Stormblood. So, there is one place we need to go to, and that's the first city. That should give us access to tombstone gear. And from there, we're gonna call it a day because I would like to rest a little bit more. Should be fine. Let's talk with Alphanode. Alphanode has demanded a great deal on his mind.
The question is, how will the Empire respond to the disappearance of Omega and the Primal?
They're probably not gonna be happy, Alphanode. We already know that.
Oh, I didn't see you there. Forgive me. Word from Baelsar's wall is proving long in the coming, and my mind cannot help but stray to grim places.
Alphino, a message from the Alliance.
It's about time. Pray summon the others at once.
Yes, sir.
General Uldin reports that his forces have secured the breach in Baelsar's wall.
Awesome.
And what of the Primal and Omega?
There is still no sign of either at this time. He writes that
Big hole in somewhere. Can't be that fucking hard. They're massive.
And, as expected, he wishes to petition the aid of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Okay.
As expected.
The Alliance's decision to capture a part of Baelsar's wall is open to interpretation.
The wall serves to demarcate Imperial territory, Alamigo included, from the rest of Eorzea. To an observer, the Alliance's actions could be seen as a prelude to invasion.
Indeed. And the Alliance leaders have no wish to be branded invaders.
You're saying they won't fight for Alamigo? Even after everything that's happened?
Not without the consent of her people, no. Make no mistake, Lys. The Alliance is in complete agreement that the Empire must be purged from Eorzea. However, they will not set foot in Gyr Abania until they have formally secured the consent and cooperation of the Alamigan opposition.
They would have us act as intermediaries.
Precisely. The Scions are uniquely qualified to serve in this capacity. That is to say, Lys's, given her personal connection to the Resistance. Who better than you to broker an agreement between the Alliance and the people of Alamigo? Assuming you are willing, of course.
Believe me, I wouldn't trust Lisa further I could throw her.
Of course I am. You know I'd like nothing more.
As for who should accompany you on said diplomatic mission, I had a mind to volunteer myself.
Well, that covers the talking part. But you just know there'll be trouble along the way. Are you available?
As if you have to ask.
Thanks. It means a lot knowing you'll be there.
I too shall accompany you. Such endeavors are seldom hampered by a surfeit of healers.
Good point. Allow me to offer my services as well. I have spent quite enough time here of late, so I'll be coming. But we will need someone to keep an eye on things.
Zara was no stranger to keep an eye on
I
things.
trust you have no objections?
None, my lady. Gladly shall I continue to serve as caretaker of the Waking Sands, and there keep watch for signs of primal and Ascian activity both.
As capable as my learned friend undoubtedly is,
There are some troubles that may prove too much for a single scion, on account of which I mean to stay.
It is settled then. Let us each see to our preparations.
Let me sharpen my blades. Oh, new quest.
Ready, my friend?
Yes, I am.
Well then. Toru, I leave the rising stones in your capable hands.
Don't worry, Alphino. I'll see that the place is still standing when you come back.
Mistress Y'shtola has unfolded all. You are bound for Girabania?
Aye.
Aye. The Alliance would have us make contact with the Alamegan resistance as soon as possible.
It begins then. As soon it shall in Doma, if the gods are good. 'Tis but a pity it must be now. I am sorry that we shall not be present to fight beside you in the battles to come.
You have stood with us countless times, Lady Yugiri. Pray do not apologize.
Then let us thank you instead. You and yours stood with us from the first, when we came to this land as refugees in search of sanctuary. Loath am I to think what might have become of my people, had you not extended to us the hand of friendship. We will never forget. This I solemnly swear.
Much has changed since first you set foot on these shores. Revenant's toll stands as a testament to that. I'm sure your people will manage in your absence.
Indeed. They have built a new home for themselves and no longer need me to shepherd them. The time has come for Kozetsu and I to return to our master, to our home.
I know how you feel. It's time I went home too.
Though our battlefields be 1,000 mounds apart, our purpose is one. Let all men hearken to the clarion call of freedom, of liberation, from Eorzea to the far east, that they may rise up and cast down the curse of Garlemald.
Take care, you hear me? When all of this is over, we're going to celebrate, together. Just you wait.
I should like that very much. Fare you well.
Farms and moms apart, yet united in purpose. Let us pray our both endeavors meet with success. Shall we then? Wait, not just yet. I know I've forgotten something important. Lise, could you come with me for a sec? Me? What, now? Alright. Then, if you insist. What do you think? As you see, I designed it to be light and loose, an outfit tailor-made needs for the skilled fighter like Elise. Work never ceased to impress. Much more of this, and we may have to stop introducing you to as a signed receptionist and start referring to you as our premier as seamstress. Love you, Tatara. Thank you. I could feel like I could take on a legion. Glad you like it, and with that, I delay you no longer. Safe travel. Then onwards to Grbania. Our first stop will be the Amarasiac Spire in the Eastern Shroud. So we are going in through the same entrance we attacked from, okay. Let us do that. Oh, we're almost at reset time, so let's see actually if I can do oh, that was fast. Wait. Please let it be, please let it be, please let it be. Oh well, better than nothing. Not the worst, not the best. Okay, let's see. 4, 3, 2, 1. We definitely have some people that is not doing multiple target here because we are so far behind on damage. Okay. Okay. See how bad the damage is. Okay, come on. Let's get this over with. Come on. Get this your ass down. Good. Almost done with this here. Okay. Oh. Levia is talking and talking and talking. Holy crap, that was a lot of apps. I don't want him. Welcome back. Have a great day, Renee. Thanks for stopping by. Bloodfest, nice. So that means I actually have access to the whole opener now. So the only thing that I'm missing is double down. All are present and accounted for. When you are ready, my friend, pray inform the office that we wish to proceed to intro Abania. I would like to proceed. Signs of the 7th dawn. We were told to expect you. I shall summon someone to escort you to the wall. Going in here.
I remember crossing the border, standing in Girabania once more. Me and my fellow scions, the warrior of light among us. Behind us, Baelsar's wall cutting the land in two. Freedom on one side, tyranny on the other. Tyranny and the promise of a new beginning. But one that could only be bought with flames and blood.
Okay. Or blood. And now we cannot fly anymore. Sad. We'll get it fast. First thing we're gonna do is, of course, greetings, signs. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, I welcome you to the Castrum Oriens. Thank you, General. We are relieved to hear that your forces secured the wall without incident. We have Imperial made any attempts to retake the Castrum since then? None, save a few skirmishes between our scouts and their patrols. I've had barely any contact with them, but all know only a matter of time before things escalate. As for attacking the Baelsar's wall, enough, well, it weren't enough. Ilbert summoned a primal right there on their top doorstep, and Galvos is not like to let such show of defiance unanswered. Plus the declaration of war, even if it was not Ilbert to make to make, and we now are bound to it, bound by it, for wheels or for wheels or for woes. The signs are ready to serve, General. What should we ask of you? I started in the message. Stated in the message, the alliance are not proceeded without the support of the cooperation with our Megan people. We will have you serve as our emissaries to make contact with the resistance. Consider it done, General. I won't let you down. I swear. Then I'll leave it to it. Godspeed. Ah, of all the Castro in the world, you walk into mine. Master Golan, what brings you here? I'm certain you're missing an elegant weapon of a draconic pride and a draconic pride Omega and Shinryu, I think the shinobi called it. Anyways, we've been studying the trail of destruction, hoping that we might lead us somewhere, which it has singularity failed to do. Then this like Omega fell on Earth and occupied territory, meaning it may already be in Imperial hands. Even so, it bears repeating that we engaged the stasis system. Assuming that the comrades have received and executed successfully, the weapon will be of no use to them, assuming we should hurry and find it regardless. All the more reason to reach out to the resistance if I want to press on into Gur Albania. We need their blessing. Everyone's counting on you. Let us not waste any more time and talking. You probably heard that there's plenty of fraction in the resistance, so I'm taking us to see one of the most influential. Headquarters are located in a place called Rygo's Reach, an old temple to the east of here, across the Velodonia River. I learned a route should you allow us to avoid Imperial patrols. Stick with me and I should be there before you know it. And Ralga's Reach is where we want to go. So the first thing we're going to do is, of course, we have southeast. Southeast. So this here place is a good place to actually... There's a beast tribe down here, which we cannot unlock because the wall of Belisar's Reach, which is down here, needs to be unlocked first. And that is late game. So we will not get the full map here. Still would be good. From here... I heard northeast towards the river. The water should not be too deep. We won't have to swim. Also means we cannot, or will not. Oh, there it is. Be able to get flying in this here area. As one of the first areas, as we remember from Heavensward, Cloud Top. Which also was an area which was divided into two parts. This here is the same thing. And it's pretty much been like that until... Endwalker. I've never seen the first map be unlocked immediately. So... this one here is east, so we're just gonna go over here. And since we are 15 levels above, this here is nothing to us. Oh, we actually have a level 70 elite here. This here is an elite thing. Don't care about that. Probably everybody else is at the river. Don't see any soldiers. Good. Let's cross. You're worried about the tower in the south. It's part of the Castum Velodinia. It what the Imperial decided to call the old bridge, and they forfeited. I call it the great big eyesore. Honestly, one of rotten bounds and absolutely moms them away. They never miss a chance to rub their noses in it, do they? Come on, let's keep moving. Excuse me. Southwest. Okay, is it up here? Yeah, sure. Yeah, now it's south. Thus, we come to a problem. At some point, we will hit a issue. Yeah. That will be over here. Oh, sorry, over here. Can't get over there. I don't think we can get up here because it's a high thing. You need to go over here to get here. And just here's Beast Tribe area. Yeah, it's over here. And as you can see, it's nothing but cliff. And this is the entrance into Rogger's Reach. We're here. The other side of the pass of Rogger's Reach. So you say, all I see is rocks. I presume there's some sort of trick to this. Indeed, a glamour. Good eye, you Stola. Let's say you have a talent mage in their ranks. Perhaps an artificer trained to modify glamour prisms. Something like that. More importantly, this is a fool's. This is that it's fool the garlands. Before we go in, don't know if Tatari told you, but my friend Nago is a messenger who come from the Rising Storm and is a member of this here faction. So they know us, and they shouldn't attack us on sight. That said, they can be a bit jumpy, so let me lead the way and don't go reaching for your weapons or anything. And progress of the mass, the dust, and all is laid bare. Enter Ralgo's Reach.
I remember the old stories, how the Breaker of Worlds came down from on high and cleft the earth with a single blow. Ralga's Reach, a holy place, and a fitting home for the resistance, for the brave and the true, the loyal sons and daughters of Alamigo. They were waiting for us there, men and women whose souls still cried out for what was lost, for what could be ours again.
Give us for precautions, but you couldn't be sure you had to cross the barrier. So we see you now for who you are, though. The signs of the Seventh Dawn. Now I know who you have come to all this way, unless you had something important to discuss. I'm eager to hear what you have to say. But let us do this on doorstep. Come with me. Welcome to Ralga's Reach. And here we have... Let us see if we actually have access to things yet. First of all, we need the Aetheryte. That's just a given. And with this, we might set this here as a free destination. The second is... Yep, they are not there yet.
Allow me to welcome you once more to Ralga's Reach, our humble headquarters.
Thank you.
My name is Conrad Kemp, and I have the dubious honor of overseeing operations here.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Kemp. I am Alphino Leveilleur, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, as are my comrades. Before I speak of our purpose here, pray allow me to thank you for sheltering Ida, forgive me, Lys, and Papalymo at great risk to yourselves.
No, there's no need for that. They risked their necks for us enough times. 'Twas the least we could do.
I wanted to, I mean, about the mask and...
Ah, don't fret over that. You're not the first person to take up arms against the Empire under a false name. We'd do the same if we had any sense. My condolences for your loss, child.
Papalimo laid down his life to save us, to give us a chance to make a better future for ourselves. There will never be a better time to drive the Garleans from our lands. But we have to take the lead on this. We can't leave it to fanatics like Ilberd.
More than a few of our people were taken in by his promises. Followed him all the way to the wall. Good men and women who never came back. When Monago told us what had happened, how the bastard had made sacrifices of them for his twisted ritual, by Rolger it filled me with an unholy fury. But what's done is done. Best we can do now is see that it wasn't all in vain.
That is why we are here today, sir, to see that some good comes of this tragedy. On behalf of the Eorzean Alliance, we do hereby extend a formal offer of military assistance to the Alamegan resistance.
Do you now? Well, go on then. I'm sure there's more to it than that. So that's the way of it, eh? The Alliance, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Empire, wishes to engage them by proxy with our vastly inferior ones. My comrades and I must confer on your proposal. A moment, if you please.
Of course, Master Kemp. Take all the time you require.
And that will be all for today. I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a rest, and that's gonna be it for me. So, thank you for stopping by, everybody. Thank you for ringing up to help me out with the issue regarding the sync. I'm sorry about that, everybody. And tomorrow, I hope I feel even better than I do today, and we'll see how things go. Until then, bye.